The point is that you know who she is, and that at Grove Hills you can discuss her with people like us, instead of idiots and fools and a quarterback who tells the whole school you shower in a towel.
Here.
Who knows? We made it up.
And
I think he lives in Ventura County.
Are you kidding, Ventura County? Listen,
Don't worry. His observer will ring me the moment he puts a bomb in your lovely hospital. Incidentally,
that's enough stalling. Enough stalling. Alright. Oh crap, I didn't maybe there should be a little bit more stalling. I realize now I've not copied the code changes from my laptop, so, but that's okay, we can just have that, we can do that on air. We don't need to wait more time here. Let's just switch. Hey, hello, hi. And yeah, welcome to another co-working stream where I'm working on an adventure game for DOS. In both engine and, I guess, art side of things. Also, welcome, I guess, to the 400th hourversary of the channel. Something which I learned thanks to a really unwelcome notice on twitch.tv, which has pointed out that I have 402 hours of VODs, and they want me to delete pretty much all of them. So, yeah, that's... I know, yeah, quite a lot of them I've moved to YouTube, but I've still got maybe 6 to 7 months left that I still need to do, so... Oh, and I gotta... Yeah, and I still gotta, like, take the chat logs and everything from them, so that's a fun little project. Honestly, I didn't expect... Like, the way that Twitch were going, it did seem unusually generous that they were just giving away, like, infinite storage for videos, so I figured that at some point they were gonna wind back on this particular perf, especially kind of given how stingy they've been in other areas, but yeah, that is what it is. It is also kind of a bit weak that, like, even for, you know, people who've gone to affiliate or partner or whatever, they have exactly the same restrictions. I feel that that's pretty unfair to them, given that if you go to a high level on Twitch, you're basically tithing more than half your income from that to the platform. So yeah, this will continue to be a scrub tier stream. We will not be signing that affiliate contract, at least for here. I've not... Yeah, I don't know. I figured that if we're going to kind of get into, like, user contributions, they'd probably be more direct. Some kind of, like, maybe Patreon or something like that. But I've not really investigated it too much. But yeah, 400 hours. There's definitely been more than that. I know there's a couple of lost episodes, but that's still a number of hours. So yeah. Alright, so let me just quickly grab the code from my other computer so we can talk about it. Because last week we spent most of our time trying to get the... trying to figure out what Mean Streets was doing. Like, rip the code from Mean Streets responsible for abusing the PC speaker to play back sampled audio. And we were successful in that we... you know, we figured out what Mean Streets was doing, and we managed to get the engine playing it back. However, there were it wasn't quite as simple as that. I should say we got DOSBox playing it back. That's a big difference between DOSBox and as it turns out, every other DOS PC imaginable. Let me just quickly get this. Okay, how much have I... Okay, I think what I'll do is I will go in here and... Oh, is this still like a... This is still technically work in progress, so I should probably just copy it here. Just double check that that's up to date. Yeah, okay. Stash. What have I got? What have I got on here? Okay, there's the git ignore changes which I want to keep. There is the main loop annotations which I want to keep. Check out. Get rid of that. Don't it's unmerged. Oh, I see, okay. Okay, so the big change that we've made in order for this PC speaker stuff to work is that originally we were just relying on some code that was provided by PC Timer 1.4, and that had a bit of a big fatal assumption in it, which is that if this handler, so basically the way that it works, right, is that the DOS PC has one timer that you can set, a system timer, and usually it runs at 18.2 hertz. In order for PC speaker abuse to work, we need to crank that to at least 16,000 hertz. But unfortunately, and yeah, originally we were at 1,000 hertz. 1,000 hertz is usually fine, but 16,000 hertz, that's generally the point at which other parts of DOS start breaking. So like to put things into context, like the issue is that several parts of like DJ GPP, which is the C library that we are using. Like for instance, this frequency determines how often, say, like the current date and time get updated. So previously we had a bug where if we set the time to 1,000, which we do, just so we could get like millisecond accurate tick information, like the date clock goes 55 times quicker because that's 1,000 divided by 18.2, which was annoying. But the problem now is that when you call the main DOS callback 16,000 times a second, that apparently causes a crash or a hang or something to that effect. So we're gonna have to. So the problem is then we have to work around one of the limitations of GDGPP's helper for fixing the timer, which is essentially what we want to do, right? Is we have our timer method here. We're keeping track of how often, like basically we're measuring one time, which is, 1,000 hertz or what have you, and we actually want to like virtually keep track of how often 18.2 times a second is. And if that's the case, then we have this mode here called timer term chain, which is supposed to call, in what's it called? PC Timer seems convinced that if you just don't return this end of interrupt command, then it just falls through back to the DOS one. That demonstrably isn't true. It does call this every single time. And unfortunately, the only kind of primitive that DJ GPP gives you is the ability to just like chain one immediately after the other. There's no option of like conditionally checking, do we want to go to the next one? If so, do that, else, just end it there. And looking into like Allegro and like how Allegro does it, Allegro writes its own timer code because essentially you need to be able to do that. And that is eventually kind of what we did here. So this is essentially the code from DJGPP, so it's a bunch of assembly language that wraps around the interrupt, because when you call, like when interrupt 8 gets called, that could be literally any time during the CPU's execution, which then means you have to do a bunch of hygiene. So you have to like make sure every segment register is saved. You have to make sure all of the normal general purpose registers are saved. You have to set up, like, check if it's running in the handler, like do all of this kind of like hygiene stuff before you even call the function which contains all the interrupt code up there. And then the issue, and yeah, obviously like the issue is that the pack-in one from DJGPP, which is called Go32 DPMI chain protected mode, whatever, it has no ability for your function to specify whether or not to chain to the next one. So we had to take most of this code, which is from DJGPP, then add our kind of little mod in here, which is we check the output of our timer code, and then we basically just copy the end of the DJGPP boilerplate twice. Just because, again, like, all the registers are being, like, shuffled around, and so you can't really keep track of state easily. So if it returns true, then we've got this code here, which mostly the same as DJGPP, except at the end, exactly the same as DJGPP. It'll chain to the old handler by jumping to this address in memory and continuing on and assuming that that handler is going to do what it does. But then if we return false, that's where the new stuff kicks in, and it doesn't call, it just basically like does IRET, which returns back to the currently running program without calling the old DOS handler. And this worked pretty well for protected mode. I have got the beginning of sorting that out for real mode, because it turns out I've been like testing this on old, like, actual hardware, and this, real mode gets called a hell of a lot more when you're in just pure MS-DOS. If you're under Windows and under DPMI mode, you can basically get away with this. Under DOSBox, for some reason, despite that there's no DPMI host, you can get away with this. But in order to run under just like pure Windows 95 DOS, you need, I think, to sort this out. Otherwise, it will crash. And the other kind of unpleasant thing that we found out is that, like this magic code here, which is, we've set it up so that, what's it called? Like the mean streets hack. Like I'll show you mean streets again. So this is kind of the thing that we were trying to figure out how it worked last stream, which is gog.com text Murphy 1 and 2 mean streets. Hey, Racing the Beam, how's it going? So what you're hearing here is the PC speaker being hit with impulses at 16,000 times a second. And because of pulse width encoding, it basically, like, the only control you get over the PC speaker is fully on or fully off. But if you do it at like that high enough rate, the amount of time spent on versus the amount of time spent off averages out to like a position in the analog wave, and you can get 6-bit quality audio out of that, which honestly I thought was very cool and was worth integrating into my game engine. The downside of that is when you try and play that audio back under Windows, which I know a lot of retro people love having Windows 95 on their box, which is understandable. Let me see if I can just dig up what that sounds like, because I took a little video. Here it is. So you see here, you double click this, you get this pop-up, which I found was due to, if you set the timer like too high, you get the little pop-up that complains at you, and then it sounds like this. And I'm not sure if like, I think it may be a 1-2 thing, right? So 99% of sure that the reason why it's sounding this bad is because when you trigger the pop-up menu, it has a knock-on effect where it will reset the state of the PC speaker and it will assume, oh, it must be in rate mode again. Because like part of what makes kind of the Mean Streets hack work is that you're setting it in mode 0, which is like interrupt or something mode. I can't remember the name. It's yeah, you set it in interrupt on terminal count mode, which basically is like impulse it on for like X main clock ticks. But when the little pop-up shows up and you go back to Windows mode, then it switches to mode 2, which is the, you know, more common generate a nasty square wave. The thing is though, like even without this, I'm pretty sure that it isn't running the timer at 16K anymore. It is running it at something slower. Because yeah, it just for one thing, like the playback of that, like that sample is only meant to be like a couple of seconds long, and yet it is just dragging out for all that time. Oh yeah, also that video, it does sound a lot worse in there because I'd also forgotten to turn off the debug console. Like one of the features in the engine is that there's a debug console that runs on COM4, which means you can interact with Lua. And I forgot to turn that off when I tested it on that laptop, which unfortunately, there is something attached to COM4. I don't know what it is. It might be like the infrared port, but it generates a lot of garbage. And that makes the engine very slow. But it was still freaking out when... I don't know. Maybe I need to do like a couple more tests. But for now, the way that I've kind of worked around this is in this method here, which installs the timer. We basically check to see if DPMI is in place, which is like shorthand for are we running this under Windows? And if it's present, then we don't turn on 16 kilohertz timer. And therefore, you know, by extension, we don't try and play back samples of the PC speaker, which is, not gonna lie, a little disappointing. Oh, sorry, I should be catching up with chat. Kiniko says, I just saw the 3DO version of Killing Time, and holy mother of God, the level design is atrocious. Dr. Buck Doctor, hey, Dr. Buck Doctor says, I went back to college in 2008. I was still teaching C with Turbo C. I remember trying to get the PC speaker to do PCM stuff, but failed miserably. Kiniko says, don't think the audio was capturing. Didn't hear... Oh yeah, the audio on that video was actually quite low. Sorry, I should have boosted up a little bit. We can play it again if you really want to hear the awful sound. I can... Let me see if I can cank it using... I don't know why it's so low. Like, it sounded like it was at a normal... Come on. Alright, so if we play this again... And then... Okay, that should be fully canked now. Can you hear that? So, I think it's a mixture of square wave mode being on and the the timer being capped. Oh, barely, but it's probably a good thing. Yeah, it's you know, you could probably get the gist. So that's kind of where we are for that. Oh, that's right. Yeah. So, yeah. Basically, I went back to testing, and then all of a sudden, the real wrapper stopped working as expected, and I assume that it's because that also needs a shim in the same way that the protected mode one does. Oh, Kiniko says, I love how it's window box, thanks laptop screen displays. I mean, yeah, like it's a laptop from 1998. I guess like the display controller in there didn't really have, you know, it was like early days for on-chip scaling. So yeah, like DOS content, so like 320 by 200 does kind of get confined to like a little box in in the middle. But I mean, it's like, you know, it's not all bad. You do get to see the overscan border. Like the overscan color border is respected. So eventually, when I add support for that, like that'll be nice. Okay. But that's all. Hang on. But okay, let me first just check to see if it builds currently, because I cannot remember if I left it in a workable state. If it builds, then we'll just go straight into making art, because I've spent like way too much time on this, and I should probably just finish it off on my own time. And yeah, potentially, you know, pains me to say it, I may have to look up to how to like do DMA programming with the Sound Blaster to do proper cross-platform sample playback. Yeah, Kiniko says, yeah, 3 things with flat screens. Extremely blurry scaling, the display refusing to run the video mode, and it complains at you, or window boxing. Yeah, the panel, I think there must be like some capacitors that are like really close to death. Because it takes like, when you turn the computer on, it gets really kind of flickery and blown out, and then once it warms up, it slowly starts approaching what it kind of normally looks like, which is very ghosty. This is long before they figured out like the trick on having like a high, you know, to fixing ghosting in LCDs. But I don't mind it. It gives it like a nice charm. It makes it of the era. Okay. So check. Does it build? Oh crap, was there game code that I haven't messed with? No, I think I did the last. Should be fine. Oh, okay, hey, what? Did I... Oh, okay, yeah, I must have modded this. Okay. Oh, okay. I must have... Did I? Yeah, okay. Check out intro to Lua. Okay, for now I'll keep it running in 16K mode just to check that everything's alright with 16K. It should be, but anyway. Did I add the music to this one? Oh no, I should add the... Yeah, okay. That was what was on the other computer. I'd added in the new music that we'd composed a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, okay. Okay, good. Yeah, Kineko says, if I had to guess why it was doing that, it's a frayed wire. Yeah, I considered that, but at the same time, like, over time, like, it warms up. Like, you have to give it about, like, 15 minutes, but eventually, like, there's, like, horizontal bars which eventually kind of get better, and the brightness kind of goes down from full bright to something you can see. But I don't know. I haven't really taken that laptop apart, so chances are there are like old caps in it. Oh, Kineko says, I had a laptop with a display that would display red noise. Yeah, yeah, like problems with like the content that's being displayed on the screen. Yeah, I would definitely chalk that up to problems with the wiring. Okay. That's basically working. Okay. So we have screen 1 mostly in the bag. We have screen 2 mostly in the bag. What we don't have is screen 3. In fact, I don't even think we have nope, we do not even have a start for that, so we may as well create an empty file. Oh, Kineko says, so is the game playing the Mean Streets PWM startup? Yes, it is. If it's running in 16K timer mode, it will play that because it's just embedded in a header file. Before I commit that, I need to split that code out so that instead, because like ideally you wouldn't need it in Steve format, which has, like you heard that just then it was kind of like at a lower pitch. That's because Mean Streets runs at 16.5K. Ideally what I want is just give, you know, the ability to read like an 8K wave file and then have that play back, you know, have like a lookup table which then translates it to whatever 6-bit variables you need to play back at that other timer frequency. But it's not there yet, so it's just, yeah, it's just a little reminder that it's happening in 16K mode for now. But yeah, that is a scrap of the Mean Streets PWM. Kineko says, was there a site that had the entire Mean Streets title music for download? I don't know. I assume that someone would have, like, done a recording. Like, there was one which has various... There was, like, a website which was about real sound, which is the technology that was based on, which just had a bunch of, like, wave file recordings. But in this particular instance, Mean Streets stored it as the raw values that it was sending to the PIT. So I doubt that it's not really a standardized format, so I doubt that anyone would have archived it like that. I just ripped it from the file because, you know, the it's fairly straightforward to extract. Well, I say fairly straightforward. They're like all of Mean Street's asset files are in like 1989 era zip, which has like a different decompression algorithm that isn't deflate. It's like I can't remember what it's called, but yeah, you have to like download a special ancient algorithm version of unzip to get the stuff out, which is very cool. But once you've done that, then you've got the Steve file. You can do whatever you want. Okay, so we got. And how big was this? How big was this canvas? Doesn't. I should just. Okay, this is 480 by 200. I think that this next one is probably going to have to be like 600 by 200. Because what it's going to be is it's going to be a cutaway of like the cockpit section of the ship, and then there's going to be some panels, and then there's going to be like a little kind of area behind that. And I don't know, maybe you might be able to do it with this much width. This is only 480. I don't know. Why don't we like start off the canvas at 480 and then see if that if that's enough room. So new canvas, 480 by 200. And we're gonna take the same proportions that this room has, because we turn on the scratch layer. Oh yeah, also I should probably turn on some tunes. Okay. So that'll kind of be our stand-in for character height. Ooh. I was gonna say, like, computer's feeling a little sluggish, so I'm a bit worried. Is it Firefox? Is Firefox what's eating all the... Yeah, okay. Give me a sec. I'm gonna... So if I pause that, then it's a little better. But I think I've kept Firefox open for too long, so let me just get rid of that. Is that better? There we go. Look at those. Look at those numbers coming down. Of course, though, I will have to reopen Firefox in order to see anything. Oh, and I should probably close DOSBox, and seeing as we don't need that anymore. Okay, whatever. That's better than it was before. Alright, that's coming back. Turn this back on. Kiniko says you can kill the child process that extensions run under, and Firefox itself will not crash. It'll just immediately respawn that child. Good to know. But okay, so we've got a person representing how tall a person height is. Okay, and in this one, we picked like a height for the near and far plane. And I'm not sure... Okay, it may... See, like... This room is extra deep because we want to be able to see the bed. And obviously, like, I've just realized probably gonna have to add like a rug here just to break up the room a little bit, but that's okay. But inside the new image, we don't need to worry so much about the floor being visible. So we probably could have like a level of perspective that's like this. Because I mean, like, how high is this wall? This wall is about 80 units high. Really? It's 80 units high? Okay, so currently the wall is exactly as high, or just a little bit less high than the person's head. Which, yeah, okay. Like, the bounding box I put for the character height, yeah, like, that's also 80. So, I mean, like, that's also 80, but then again, like, the actual stop point of the character's feet is down there, so in practice, they're kind of shorter. Alright. Kaneko says, perspective is a nightmare in 2D art. You said it. It's not great. So I think we're gonna have to... cheat, as always. Construction. And then... But if we assume that, like, the back plane is going to be about 80 pixels high, so we'd say what is this music? Oh, Dr. Buck Doctor says, I have a scaredy sparrow trying to sneak mealworms from a ramekin by my window. What's a ramekin? Is that like a... No, I don't know what it is. Some kind of planter? Feeder? Oh, Kineko says this is the demo tune from Mario Paint, which sounds plausible. I did hear a Yoshi in it. Oh, okay. A small vertical-sided bowl. Okay, that makes sense. So we would take these panels, put them roughly here. And like what I see would be this is all very rough, but something like this. Like there'll be like a big viewport here, like a snub nose control panel here. Chairs, maybe, about here. And then at the back, there'd be like some kind of partition. And then, oh wait, yeah, we need one more of these. It's off by one, really. Okay, and then back here you'd have another door. Oh, nice. Hey, Rizalka. How's it going? Yeah, we're just in the middle of trying to do, I don't know, construction drawings for like the last scene. How was your stream? Were you still playing the Rogue Archaeologist simulation? What are we gonna do? Perspective. So I suppose we ditch this. Rizalka corrects me, fascist thumping simulator. It's pretty fun. We're punching a lot of actual Nazis now. Yeah, I mean, was the first part of the game in Mussolini's Italy, and then I guess later on you get the real thing. Alright. So in order for all this mess to work, I think we're gonna have to pick a vanishing point. Otherwise everything is just gonna look kinda naff. And I guess like if we assume that if we work backwards from here and assume that like this is the angle that this partition sort of needs to take, then by extension that would mean yeah, oh, that's right. And the other thing is like on the back wall, I'm kind of not sure how to do it, because like I think maybe the way we'll do it is we'll have like a cutout here that indicates there's like another room you can go to, or something like that. Like what was the floor height that we were doing? It was going to be roughly the same as this. So 30 pix. Okay, 30 pixels. Oh god, yeah, alright, that's heaps. Yeah, okay. So this is gonna be how much floor space there is. Rizorka says, the first part was the first part was in his college fighting a Latin-speaking giant. Then you're in Mussolini's Italy in Vatican City. Now you're in Giza before it was renamed. Got an Intel. Oh, Dr. Buckland says, I got an Intel Arc A310 last week, possibly the weakest PC GPU with ray tracing. You want to benchmark a new indie for comedic value. A lot of stuff you can hit the fascists with. Brooms, fly swatters, frying pans, fruit. Yeah, I watched Decap Jedi play a little bit of it, and it seemed very very versatile and realistic in the ways that you could kind of you could clock people. I mean, do you think that, did they ever kind of like, did they manage to get the balance right between, I guess, I mean, like, when you think about, like, Uncharted, you know, games like Uncharted, which basically just kind of hand wave away, like, the mass killer aspect to the character. I'm just like, yep, I just murdered another guy. Yes, I just, you know, self-defense or not. Like, do they manage to kind of, like, get the balance right? And he's like, oh, they're just sleeping. They've got, like, a concussion. They're probably bleeding out, but they're just sleeping. Oh, there you go. Rizorka says Indy hasn't killed anyone. Yeah, just knocking people out. So no balconies near your playthrough yet? Yes, Dr. Buckton also points out, it's okay. They are Nazis. Oh, there we go. Rizorka says, except for the guy that I hit with a guitar and he fell over the balcony. That was a mistake. Yeah, could have happened to anybody. That's just, you know... you know... Try making an omelet, you're gonna break a few eggs. Okay. Now... So already I'm kind of like rethinking how much... I might actually need like a little bit more room than what we have here. So I'll just... Because we need some space here, because like some space here is going to be for like a terminal, and then there's going to be a wiring panel. But I'm not sure if we need like the entire wall, whereas this space... Alternatively, I could just extend the room further back that way. In fact, that's probably a better thing to do. Can I resize the image? Resize the canvas, yes. Let me just go 560. Doesn't matter if there's like a little bit of extra space. Resize canvas. Oh yeah, that's right. Kiniko says, Indy shoots people in the Infernal Machine. Rizorka says, that's one I haven't played. I should get my hands on that at some point. Yeah, it did look interesting. Like, did Hal Barwood work on Infernal Machine? Was that the one that came after Fate of Atlantis? Or am I... Yeah, like I think there was like Infernal Machine, which Hal Barwood worked on, and then Staff of Kings, which he didn't work on. Hey Slayertan. Slayertan asks a perfectly legitimate question, which is, why of all possible systems did you choose something as dead as DOS? Good question. So, I guess like kind of the root of it is that like initially I was putting this together for a DOS game jam, so it just kind of seemed like a challenge. I'd done plenty of reverse engineering work in DOS before, and this is more just kind of like thinking, well, I should know all the various kind of ins and outs of the platform by now. And it just kind of seemed like a fun set of constraints, right? Also, there is kind of like quite an active community that is interested in DOS stuff. I'm not gonna lie, that is like a large part of it, the idea that, you know, other people might be interested, other people might be able to like make their own game based on like this engine that I've been putting together. Because like it has been designed, like my intention is to make, like, it's got a driver layer. The intention is to get it run, you know, make an SDL driver which could at the very least like run in a web browser too, so you don't have to actually run it in DOS. But it does have like, you know, several constraints that the platform does, like, you know, the palette limits and you know, obviously the choice of audio chip. Yeah, see, look, whole you know, there are dozens of us. Slayton says, DOS community, wow, I'm legit surprised people use it. Yeah, it's I think it also helps that like if I had to pin it down to one thing, I'd say it's that GOG exists. Like, that's certainly like a large part of it. Like the fact that because DOSBox is around and because GOG packages up old games with DOSBox, there's like a larger audience of people who like may have played it when they were like growing up and then kind of came back to it, or people who just pick up the commercial titles, you know, pick up the titles commercially on sale or whatever and just have a try. But yeah, DOS has, I guess, a large amount of staying power, despite the fact that I mean, I guess like in the grand scheme of video game history, you know, I say video game history, I want to say kind of like the popular representation of like retro in video game history, it's like considered more of a curiosity or of a footnote. Like, you know, as they say, like history is written by the winners, and in this case, that would be Nintendo locking up, you know, well, they originally locked up the market with Virtual Console, then they just decided to set it on fire because that's just kind of, that's their vibe. If you want to play Super Mario Brothers, or if you want to say, yeah, play Super Mario, if you want to play Super Mario Brothers 3 now and you didn't buy it back in the day on Virtual Console, good luck, you got to buy a subscription. That's the only way that it should be enjoyed, and just, I don't know. It's, I understand like the way things are, but at the same time, that doesn't mean I have to like it. Okay, sorry. Good to see you, Rizolka. Enjoy the rest of your evening. But honestly, yeah, it's been fun to kind of combine old and new technology. So to show off like the scripts for inside the actual engine, like these are all Lua. Like you don't have to actually write any, you don't have to know any like C or DOS programming specifically to write game scripts. Like this is all based on what's it called? Like I took a lot of design cues from Scum, which is the engine that LucasArts did for their early adventure games, and then Grime, which is the one they used for Grim Fandango, which has a bunch of, you know, which introduced like for example this pattern here where you just have callbacks that are attached to each of the actions, which then run asynchronously along with all the other code. Like that was modeled very closely on how Grim Fandango packed in asynchronous support. Kiniko says, is this Lua GIT? No, this is just plain Lua. I don't think Lua GIT works for I don't think it works for DOS. I haven't tried it honestly, but it does, you know, it does recompile to assembler, so I assume that at the very least, I mean, maybe it works for 32-bit. It didn't sound like it when I looked at it. And honestly, like, we're not doing anything too intensive with this, so just stock Lua is fine. But yeah, this is Lua 5. Whatever it is, 5.4.7. So I got distracted. Right. So front of the ship goes here. Depending on how we set up these perspective lines, then comes the question of how do we do, because like the back here is going to be like, it's going to be a sink. So let me just move my human stand-in over here. The sink is generally about, oh, I don't know what's going on with Alright, so if we line this character up like straight against the wall, sink is generally a meter off the ground, which would be about here. I can actually measure it, because yeah. Oh, that's not quite. I'm trying to remember the, Oh, Slayton says, will it have proper graphics? 16-bit, 8-bit, ASCII, or ANSI? Yeah, like, I'll show you. It's... So, like, this is what it looks like now. It is 256 color by 320 by 200. And yeah, we're drawing all the art ourselves. So like, this is room 1. We can get to room 2 if we do this. And yeah, just yeah, it's just an adventure game where you solve inventory-based puzzles. So I'm trying not to actually show the contents of like the game itself, like all the dialogue and such, because that'd kind of be spoilery. But you know, working on the art is fair game. Oh, Slayton says, "Oh, that's pretty cute for DOS." Yeah, I think it's honestly like this is my first pixel art project, so I'm quite happy with how it's turning out. I don't, you know, I don't really know very much apart from what I've picked up from learning, what I've picked up from watching Julia Minamata, a Maple Mystery, who is also a streamer on Twitch who did the graphics for the Crimson Diamond. Just kind of, you know, picking up various tips here and there from that. But other than that, this is all just kind of, I don't know, guesswork and pushing myself as much as I can. You know, because it's when you push yourself is when you kind of get better at things, typically. At least that's what I'm hoping. So we'll just continue. I'm back on. Alright. So cockpit area is going to be here. Wiring panel is going to be here somewhere. Back is going to be like a sink. There's going to be a sink and there's going to be a coffee machine. Now, given the amount of floor space that we have, I'm not sure the best way to partition that out. Kinko says, I asked if there was a site with recordings of the real sound stuff because I'm going insane and want to listen to the title team to Mean Streets on infinite repeat for like 10 hours. Yeah, there, like I said, I know there's one site which talks about real sound and has like AU files containing it. I don't know if they have the Mean Streets theme. It may just be easier to download Mean Streets and extract it yourself, or just open up Mean Streets a bunch of times. Because under the hood, it's like, to save disk space, it's a bunch of like short loops stitched together, which you probably picked up by the fact that the test bit was just like 4 bars out of the theme, rather than the entire theme. Okay. So if we were to say that the cross-section of the sink was about... let's just say 40 pixels high. That seems... okay, wrong layer. It's on this layer. Let's have this plane going to infinity. And if we were to assume this particular type of perspective, I guess which would be the vanishing point over here. Game Dev Jeff said, oh hey, Game Dev Jeff. Game Dev Jeff says, scrolls up, DOS? Dead? I don't know, more and more people are saying it. I think that maybe time to let go. Switch to OS2. Ah, crap. Gee, I wonder what this song could be. Such a banger. Yeah, we're just playing back random titles from the Sharp X 68000 library. And would you believe it, there are a lot of arcade ports in there, good ones, because, you know, they both have a Yamaha sound chip. Dr. Buckdot says, you truly haven't experienced Outrun unless you played it in the original Atari ST. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Sacrilege. Okay, so that then becomes the back wall. Oh, exactly 500. Kiniko says, you know what would be batshit insane? A MS-DOS demake of Faith the Unholy Trinity that uses a combination of the Creative Music System Game Blaster, that one Innovation SSI card with a MOS 6581, it's like a SID, and outputting the software automatic mouth related audio through the PC speaker. I mean, I'm not sure if that'd be something, I mean, like, because I'm aware of, like, Sam, but would the thing is like that that card you're describing is like a literal SID chip that's on there. I'm not sure that there would be any way of like taking that, you know, taking the output from that, down converting it back to wave, you know, to wave data, and then sending it out the PC speaker again. You'd probably be better off like I don't know, you'd be better off like porting the SAM algorithm to PCM than running it through the PC speaker. So I think we need some inspo photos. We need some inspo photos, because I'm getting a little... I'm not sure if we've got like enough counter space here for what we need. Hideko says, no, I mean actually software mixing SAM through the PC speaker, the SID and Game Blaster for the music. Oh, okay. Like, oh, okay, so taking... Like, we are talking about, like, the C64 SAM, right? So that would be, like, porting that code to output.
Then a refreshing blast of soothing ice cream.
A refreshing blast of soothing ice cream, yes please. Okay. Sink, kitchen, coffee. Because we've got like a small amount of space.
You're talking too loud.
Not everyone died in the blast, Homer.
Okay, maybe... Alright. Maybe I'm thinking that there's, like, not enough space because I foolishly assume there'd be, like, one of those sinks which has, like, a little drying area on it. Maybe what we instead would have would be a sink here. And then coffee machine here. So the coffee machine would... I guess have a profile something like this. Actually, no, we should do the profile from this part of the wall. Also, needs to be a little pedestal. Little pedestal, and then... Okay, good enough. And then... Then we're going to add perspective, so we're going to add some more construction lines. Oh, they're talking about the okay, just looked at chat. They're talking about the origin of the Homer Simpson sample that was played just now. I can actually probably look at it and see which episode it came from. Yeah, it did come from Treehouse of Horror 8. Okay, so if we were to... And yeah, then under this would be... Oh, and it just occurred to me that the door is now too small. I mean, how high is it in here? That's 77. 77 near, 70 far. And here we've got... Oh god, hang on. $76, okay, which is pretty high. Because, yeah, like here... I guess if you really think about it, there's a slight kind of... It's maybe a little bit too short, but whatever. I mean, we're not doing kind of like perspective scaling on the sprites. They're all going to be like the same height, so there is some suspension of disbelief going on here, but... Yeah, good enough. You can add more industrial details later, but that seems to line up with the perspective. Yeah, we don't really like want a full kitchen. This is more like a kind of coffee nook. Oh, these are all like too nice. I mean, this is closer, having like a crappy machine, but like part of it is it's gonna be like a good machine. What is it? Okay, what does this horrible sign say? All I need today is a little bit of coffee and a whole lot of Jesus Christ. Okay. Actually, no. Okay. No, we're not gonna have any live, laugh, love signs in this scowl. Not gonna do that. I think maybe, oh. I would put in a mug tree, but I don't think there's enough room for a mug tree. Like, maybe, definitely maybe like a shelf with, oh crap, yeah, and like another plot point of the game is there's not going to be any mugs. So, even if I had a mug tree, like, it would all just be like a massive pile of dirty dishes. So here there's going to be a massive pile of dirty dishes, there's going to be the espresso machine, there may be a shelf with like some nondescript items on it. Yeah, okay, so maybe we'll add the shelf. So that would be... Is that like kind of... So yeah, there'd be that, there'd probably be like... a bin drawer under the coffee machine that just won't quite close. Yeah, that's... oh, that's tempting. The thing is, like, it can't look too... too interactive, because then people might want to use it. But... you know, I'm up for that. Like, there definitely there needs to be some cabinetry under here. I'll give it that much. I guess we can have like I was thinking maybe like a scruffy tea towel down here. So if I had another one of these guys from here all the way down to here. So that would encourage people to pick up the tea towel, but I'm not sure if I could just not make that a hotspot. And then frustrate people no end. Dang it. Hang on. I drew in the wrong layer again. Anyway, okay, that's probably enough. Probably enough detail there for now. Obviously, we're going to fill that in later. Now, this exit down here. I think what we'll do is we'll cut this out. We'll use... I guess like an opposite. So if I would like take a perspective and run it through the bottom of that door and run another one through the bottom of this door. That gives us a projection on the floor from there to there, which should be, I guess, where the other exit is. Oh, Dr. Bot says, what style of exit are you going for? It's probably just going to be like a cutout. So the outside of this room is going to be framed, I think, in silhouette. Similar to kind of like how we've done it in here. But there's going to be like a visible cutout at the bottom, which you can click on to go to the reactor. That seems to be the easiest way to square the circle, as it were. Like this. Yep, and that lines up with all the perspective lines. We just have to make like a big generous hotspot around this area to go to the other part of the ship. May as well fix up this little partition here while we're at it. Maybe that's too narrow. I think we can... Just a little bit too narrow, I think. So how do I want that floor line to look like? So if we go to here, yeah, that's like a much slightly wider angle. I think I prefer that. So get out of here. Get out of here. So now I've got that line. We have to make another one. It goes through this point here. And then to get the match, we just need to grab from down here. We're gonna make it like roughly this thickness. Construction. Okay, well, we're fairly locked in with perspective now. We can change the amount of area that we've got in the front, but I'm not changing the back. The back... Yeah, the perspective on the back I'm pretty happy with. Okay, now we just gotta think about, like, area for stuff that we need in here. So there's probably gonna be... this amount of area reserved for... I mean, how big is it? Gonna be like a panel roughly this size, which is specifically going to be for emergency power. then I think there would be kind of... Oh, Dr. Butler says, so in an effort to make a small project that doesn't evolve into making an engine and then giving up, I am trying to make a spinning wheel that could be used as a OBS overlay. Going well so far. As of this morning, I have a single pass shader that nicely blurs a bunch of tiles with text and an icon. It kind of looks like the old Rocket League loot crate. Now it just needs backend logic and probably a settings UI. Nice. Are you using the browser extension for that, or are you coding like a just an executable and then patching it in with like color key or something into OBS? Because yeah, the intro / break / end screens, I wrote all those with WebGL, and honestly, it didn't turn out too bad. Oh, doing it in Rust. Yeah, okay. You've chosen violence, I see. Oh man. I probably could have picked something other than WebGL though. Honestly, the main inspiration for doing that was the more crap I can like put into HTML, then it means the fewer things that I need to start at the, fewer programs that I need to start at the beginning of the stream and run at full screen so that they can be comped in. I can just run them inside OBS. Because before I had to like run the substrate X screensaver hack in order to get like the intro and ending visuals, and that could only ever be run in the foreground, which then meant that I had to have like one screen devoted just to that, or just sitting there in amongst all the layers. Okay, so I think the plan would be we're gonna have a similar deal like we do in this cabin, where there's like two panels high, and each of those panels is what, about 40-ish. So panel 1 is gonna start from here, go all the way up to about there. What do we got? We got 130, which then means about 90 is about here, which would be the halfway point. It does mean I should probably move this up a tiny bit. Dr. Butler says, OBS would really do with a better way of handling layering. It's simple but also awkward. There are some kind of weird... Like, I do think it is kind of weird that like stuff like tweening between two states, like, like this is done with a motion screen, but that requires an extension. You can't just do that straight in OBS, which seems strange. Oh, Kiniko says, I still needed someone overly generous and patient to develop an OBS source plugin that uses libopenMPT to play back tracker music, with the source exposing absolutely every nuance of what the library is doing. Current order being played, what pattern is under the order, filtering, etc, etc. Yeah, so Kinikos also says, I also would have loved an OBS plugin to render oscilloscope of the microphone input. Yeah, just kind of a waveform. Because with my break screen, I ended up manually, it's based on chiptune.app, so it's using the same player backend for VGM and OpenMPT. I was wondering if it was possible to get the individual instrument feeds out, and there just kind of wasn't enough. I mean, the answer is yes, you can, but you have to add a lot more hooks into the library, and I wasn't really prepared to sink too much more time into it, so I just ended up sampling the waveform, which is quite easy to do when you have the web audio API. Hey Mad Moose. Mad Moose says, you didn't make your own mod player. Christ, no. No. That would be... That'd be like a little bit too... You know... That would be a fun project if you're into that sort of thing, but generally speaking, if there's an open source library, by God, you cling to it with both hands. You do not reinvent the wheel unless you absolutely have to. Okay, so that proportion's good. I think this is good. This is going to be kind of like... I'm not sure, like maybe there'll be like recessed kind of keyboards and monitors. Like, if we go like... Like, do TNG do like recessed panels for their, yeah, like... So maybe not exactly like this, but there'd be like wiring panels separate from some screens and they kind of recess into the wall a little bit. Oh, okay. Dr. Butler says, I'm avoiding the whole thing by just doing Vulkan. Turns out OPS can now accept transparent windows, so you can render to full RGBA and then just use that as an overlay source. Well, honestly, that would make things simpler. I do like how the browser source is RGBA, so, you know, hence, you know, you don't have to like think too much about doing that when you have a HTML overlay. Okay. Oh, Mad Moose says, I made the original mod player for ScumVM. It was very primitive. I think Git Blame only credits me with the blank lines now. Oh, I'm not aware of what ScumVM is using now. Did they integrate OpenMPT or some other kind of more mature mod player? Alright, let's draw another perspective line. Specifically at about here. So like this would be kind of like where the floor splits off. So maybe no, not that. Oh, Mamu says it's a completely homegrown thing. Yeah, I can believe that. Because, you know, there's definitely parts of the ScumVM code where, in order to kind of work better with the portability layer, even if it is based on like, you know, like FFmpeg's like a good example. Like there are encoders in the code base which are based on FFmpeg, but because they've been modified so much just to fit the abstraction layer, like the HAL and, you know, the various kind of internal driver structures and such, they're not that recognizable. They still have a comment saying this is borrowed from FFmpeg, but they're quite different. So it would not surprise me if a similar fate happened to the module playing code. Okay, so that's... So that's a projection on, like, flat ground. Oh, whatever. Doesn't need to be perfect. Just copy that as best you can. So I think realistic, you know, if we were talking about how it would pan out, we'd have a spline. Maybe like the midpoint from here to here, and the midpoint from here to here. Like, what's the... I should actually be measuring this rather than just guessing. So that's 40, 46, okay. And then, similar deal down here. Full depth is about 110? So then 55 would be the magic spot. And then, what's the halfway point between these two? 32. So we're about here. Wait, is that right? 32. Oh wait, no, I just marked completely the wrong spot. That's why. Sure. All right. 163 minus 16, which would be 150, 147, thereabouts. So here. So there'd be like one curve here, and then another curve going about here. And that would kind of be the footwell, I think. Let's double check that that's sound. Sort of, crap. Right, and if we did that, then yeah, because like the cockpit isn't going to really be interactive, but it is visible.
Don't worry. Have some consideration for female modesty, please.
Yeah, the bit that's going to be hard to kind of draw in perspective is going to be the curve of this cockpit area. So if you go I think the Millennium Falcon cockpit does this a bit. Okay, they just have like a half viewport at the top. And then we have to like contend with like the cutaway aspect. I think the way that we're gonna probably do it is just have like have this part of the footwell in silhouette. Maybe have like this whole bit in silhouette. Because the other question is then like I mean, it would be a given to like show the starfield through the window, but then if the silhouetted parts are just meant to represent kind of like solid matter that you can't see through, would it then make sense to maybe show the starfield in this void too, and then just kind of crop out this area, or you know, add more silhouette for the part of the ship that you can't see through? Oh, Dr. Baktaras, are we in motion? No. When the game starts out, the ship has no power. So it's fine to just use a static background, I think. Oh god, and of course there's like a whole bunch of AI slop in there now. That's great. I should be more specific, shouldn't I? How we go, like... Like the crappy chairs that they used in the Matrix. And of course there's no close-ups of the chairs. Why would there be close-ups of the chairs? Is this gonna be AI? No, it's a... I have no idea what it is, but it's not what I'm after. Dr. Bunter says, are we fancy enough to have artificial gravity, or could you imply spin by scrolling the background vertically? Yeah, like, without kind of going into... The plan is, without going into detail, we're going to assume that the artificial gravity problem is solved and is passive, so that it does not require power. And yeah, like, assuming that like whatever kind of motion is happening with the ship, it's, you know, we don't have to worry about scrolling the background. There we go, mate. Okay, well they all seem to kind of converge to like the same... Well, actually, you know what? Let's just go, Okay, so like NASA ones are kind of pretty bare bones. It's all fake. Oh yeah, okay, that looks uncomfortable because it's an injection seat. Whatever, we can just assume it's like an airline seat, except worse. Yeah. Actually, no, it'd be close to like an airline pilot seat. So we'll go... So I guess, yeah, you'd have control sticks in the middle, 2 steering yokes, 2 seats. So we'll just do the side profile of this one of these seats. was close. I should save this. Otherwise, I'll be very sad. Originals. Did that save it? Oh my god. How did I screw up hitting the enter key? There we go. Oh, Dr. Buckley mentions Event Horizon? Event Horizon Bridge. Is this kind of what you're after? Yeah, it's not quite lit well enough to, but it looks kind of similar in shape to just the Airbus pilot chairs. So I think we're onto a winner. Oh, it's actually the other way around, isn't it? It's got like a bulbous thing at the top. So it'd be like that. Oh, okay, and then that's presented at about the same layer as that. So got that, and then yeah, so then you got the padding layer. I think that's about right. Maybe just add a little bit extra height. Maybe more height. I'm not sure, because, like, maybe the back of the person's head's got to be about here. Yeah, okay, we need more height. Maybe about that much. Oh, where'd the music go? Did not crash, I think it just froze. So I'll just... Yeah, some tunes don't seem to agree with it, so give it a... I just... Come on. Wait, okay. There we go. Oh, Dr. Butler says, I like the idea of a chair with a stick gap. Yeah, you gotta have a stick gap. Even if... Yeah, for the yoke to go through. Close, Dr. Buck. Doctor, this is Afterburner 2, not Toe Plan. Alright, so if we were to take... Maybe I should just extend one. Just copy paste it up here for now. And then we'll take this one, whack it on one of these. And then see, look at what happens when we extend it. Okay, so now we gotta do like a little bit of scrubbing. To get rid of all this duplicate geometry. So now we know the end of the chair is gonna be here. There will be a stick gap. Discussed. Yeah, and then if you had like 2 of these chairs. So like that's one option, just having like 2 kind of piloting chairs at the front. The other option would be to have like 1 pilot chair and then like a secondary like engineer chair at the back with a different little kind of workstation-y thing. But I mean, but like when you think of an airplane cockpit, which isn't very spacious, that also has 2, you know, that always has 2 seats. I'd say that like it's fairly common for No, come on. Ship bridge. Yeah, so like, when you get into like nautical ships, there's usually just 1 control station for the captain. Or, you know, like 1 central control station for the captain and then like a whole bunch of like helper stations for the other officers. So, I mean, look, we've got like a symmetrical bridge here with 2 very kind of futuristic looking chairs. Yeah, I mean, also, with the way they're currently lined up now, maybe the cockpit, like, maybe that's too close to the cockpit glass. Which would mean we would need to... No. Take it back. So say we were to move this guy back to about this line. Move this guy back to this line. Oh, the chair automatically tilts back for the pilot. Yeah, the chairs as they are kind of quite upright. They could get a little bit of a tilt going to them. Like, what would that look like? If we took one of these. And then did the world's laziest tilt. Okay, we'll leave them there for now. I think that's good. Yeah, the one thing... Hang on. I'm going to draw another perspective line, because I just realized the chairs are now flat on the floor, which is not what they would be. So if we add another perspective line... from here, about here, and then move. Oh, how many times have we listened to the Afterburner theme? Here we go. Dr. Butler says, if Ash was piloting, would they pilot like this or like this? What's this or this? Are we talking like the reclined status of the chair? But if we were to move the chair, that's probably about the right height. And this other guy moves up to about here. And it maybe just means that we have to like move the move this line, the windscreen curve out just a smidge. Yeah, because we're on an angle, so technically you get more root. You wouldn't just be like... It'd be more bulbous. You wouldn't get just like the same as you would from a side cross-section. Oh, Dr. Butler says, I guess we don't know Ash yet. We as in us. Oh, okay. Yeah. Without spoiling too much, Ash doesn't do very much piloting on the ship. That's not their job. But, you know, it's more about, like... I'd say yeah, I think it's definitely going to be kind of like 2 co-pilot type chairs, even if that's not how, even if one is basically just used to kind of like recline and not do very much. Oh yeah, because we'd also need to kind of like copy this circular cutout for the layer above, which would include, I guess, like the control panel in front of it. I'm not sure. Like, this is definitely going to be like the jankiest part of drawing. It's going to be making the front cone look good. We could all, I mean, the other option is we could just add more canvas. That's also a thing we can do. So we anchor this here and we go 600, which is the width that I was saying it should probably be to begin with. Now all of a sudden we can like extend this to be whatever dang shape we want. Oh, here we go. Here's the... Oh, here we go. This is the site I was talking about, which contained the real sound samples. And look, it basically says, Mean Streets. I heard this song at a late night 976 number commercial. So either the commercial covered the game, or the game's music was just some stock audio that they used. And, like, this is the copy that they have. Okay. I guess they must have, like, converted it from the source, because this is running at, 8K rather than, 16.5K, which is what the game has. There you go. This is for... That's for Kinnikos who wants to listen to the Mean Streets theme on repeat. Turn that back on. Where did that damn picture of the... Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay, so not a lot of distractions on the side, which is good, which means we don't have to add too much detail. I was hoping there'd be some more detail about like what the seats are sitting on, but that's okay. We can use the power of our imagination to assume it's going to be the same as that. It's just going to be a pedestal. So... Kiniko says, if it's from a commercial, then I wonder if AI song detectors can track down the original source. honestly, it sounds like, it does not sound like production music. It sounds like something they put together on a, like a groove box. So it could be something like this. Dr. Butter says, my house smells like kebab and the health and safety gods demand that I wait another whole 15 minutes to go to eat. Yeah, that's cruel. That's real cruel. But, I mean, it's no fun, like, burning your mouth on scalding hot food and then not being able to taste anything. That wouldn't be good. Okay. I'm a little bit paranoid now that this area might be too empty, because how big is 320? I mean, like, if we go all the way up to here, 320. Actually, no, that works. Because we will actually, yeah, we need at least this much screen space for this side, and I think that should just be enough screen space for there. Alright, well, it's looking alright, actually. That door. I guess there's also nothing stopping us from just filling this space down here with some other kind of detritus. Alright, well, let's continue with the hardest bit, which is figuring out this, like, bridge panel height. Oh crap, what if I put on the perspective layer? Oh, yeah, that wall. I should trace over that. Whoops. this? Fuck. Good enough. Now, what are we gonna need? Oh, that's right. Okay. Let's just rip this band-aid off. Let's friggin' do it. How many pixels high is this? This is about 30. Yeah, that seems about right. So not quite as high as the sink. So we'll go to the perspective layer. We're going to add another one that goes through this corner. Okay, and then something like that. Ooh, no. Oh, and I should copy the copy this little doodad. Because yeah, now, okay, with that it becomes clear that the chairs are slightly, oh, I mean the far chair needs a bit of work. Oh, Kineko says, if I ever stumble across enough samples, I can probably make a tracker version of the mainstream music. I don't doubt it. It sounds... Yeah, I imagine someone kind of like well versed in like 1980s samplers could probably track down the ones they use pretty quickly. Okay. Oh, but you do have the percussion instruments? Yeah. That's, they do sound very distinctive, those like bongo, that bongo sample. So we get rid of this line because we don't need it anymore. Don't like an angular line. Okay, yeah, it's that. Then... Okay, that seems better. I have to admit, I am slightly worried that the nose seems kind of snub here. Now if I compare that to, like... Oh, do I not have it here? Like the little cutaway I've got of the ship. Okay, I guess the viewport is kind of snubbed there too. So the implication is like the bridge would maybe be like this part. And then you got like, I guess the cargo hold, which is not in the game. This bit up here, which is all the engines. Yeah, okay. I think it's snub enough to we can get away with it. there is also the fear that like this looks spherical, or you know, when we show it in DOS and it gets slightly stretched vertically. But I guess if I'm like really upset about that, I could always force DOS to show the correct aspect ratio. Because like, look, if I open up the game, just turn the music off. Wait, what? Why did, But you can see here, like, compared to the original art, it is stretched out a bit. Yeah. I don't know, maybe I will go back and mod the VGA driver to run the right aspect ratio and see if it looks any better, but I don't mind it. I don't mind it looking slightly kind of perspective wrecked because of, you know, 1.2 pixels scaled vertically. It just looks a bit weird. But it is distinctive. It is distinctive to like how most DOS graphics look. So I think we should just accept that as like part of the charm. And hopefully it doesn't make the windscreen look too bulbous. Okay, well, we're at the 3-hour mark. I may actually take a quick break, go stretch, get another tea or something, and then I guess we'll come back and we'll have a little think about what we want to work on next. Like, I'm not sure. Maybe we do like a little bit more layout, like try and kind of fill out these blank areas before we start going into coloring in. But I don't know. Honestly, like it's alright. All of this is fine. Actually, yeah, like I'm surprised this only took 3 hours. This is my first attempt at this. Took a lot longer than that. So it's good, promising start. Alright, well, I'll hit pause, and yeah, I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. back to it. Oh, that did turn the mic on. Yes, it did. Good. Alright, chip player back on. Okay. Alright, so some finishing little things. Let's increase the thickness of this doorway by just a smidge. This song reminds me a lot of the theme to Blockbusters. At least the Australian edition of Blockbusters. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna... Okay, let's have a little think about this area, which is gonna have a computer of some description in it. Like, maybe it'll be the same type as, or similar to this terminal here. I think it's, yeah, it'll probably be different, because a large part of the ship's aesthetic is that these parts are salvaged. They don't all match. They've all been kind of like nicked from various places. So it makes sense that each room would have like a different style of terminal. But the proportions would be roughly the same. So if we took how high that was, that's about 43. I'll call this so going from here, which is at 130. Yeah, that's about the same height. Whoa. how would this computer look? I mean, like, the one in the reactor had monitor, sensor bay, big keyboard. Red dwarf. Oh, okay. There's no picture of the damage report machine. Oh no, that's when they wired up Talkie Toaster. I do think it was like in the first bit of Queeg. Hang on. Do I have the video? I can probably fast forward the video. Okay. So like beginning bit in Queeg. Just turn off the audio so we don't get muted. Okay, no, maybe I'm misremembering it. I thought there was like a thing with a little ticker tape. I feel that like any good damage report computer needs a needless ticker tape coming out the side. So, if we were to just kind of mock it up. So we've got a screen. No, that's like a diagnostician's workstation. I mean, like, what do we call, like, industrial control station. Alright, that's what's happening with this? Okay. World's quietest Gradius 3 track. I mean, I guess... The main thing which diagnostic or, you know, operator stations seem to pride them on is lots and lots of screens. So maybe the answer is we need multiple screens. Just stacked on top of one another haphazardly. So we had like 2 screens. Maybe this is newer than the one in the reactor room, so it would have like a smaller bezel. But it's still cheap by virtue of being just two stock screens. Okay, maybe if we like move the ticket, the printer down here to like the body of the machine. Actually, if we're just mocking it up, get rid of this crappy one. What if it was like 2 screens stacked on top of one another, and then maybe like a control panel on the side with just a bunch of LEDs? something like that, and then. And yeah, don't worry. We're gonna add depth and everything to this. It's more. I'm just thinking of how the layout's gonna look, and then we can perspective map it. Actually, how does that look compared to scratch layer? Oh. Did I just, hang on. Okay, we're gonna have to do perspective stuff. One, two, three, four. Okay, about 5 pixels. That's about 5 pixels deep last time. I'm not sure. Maybe this panel can be like shrunk a tiny bit. I like having this panel, like, could be on the front of the machine. Because at this rate, I anticipate, like, these just being, like, monitors hanging on free arms above the actual unit, which is here. This, though... I guess it could also be, like, just a panel on the wall that's wired to the terminal. I don't mind that idea. And we could probably decrease the footprint a little bit. We just have like Kinnika says, I have my investigative fluffy friend looking up the music used in Mean Streets, and apparently it's not just heard in commercials like on the old school site, but is also briefly featured in an episode of Kung Fu The Legend Continues. Alright, so maybe they're... Okay, interesting. I am surprised, because it seems quite bare bones as far as a jingle goes. Like, it definitely sounds like it was just composed in like an Amiga tracker. You know, the kind which can like barely do 4 channels. And like, I don't know, when I think of like production music from that era, I generally think of like the KPM library and other ones where you have like full orchestration / a full production suite. so if we go out to here, and then down to, oops, up by one. Kinnick says, you ever seen the Computer Chronicles episode of MIDI Music? It featured the Atari ST driving a bunch of daisy chain MIDI hardware. Cubase started out as a program for the Atari ST to compose music to send out to daisy chain hardware. I've not seen the Computer Chronicles episode, but yes, I'm aware that that was like one of the selling points of the Atari ST, or perceived strengths, was that it was very good at driving a whole bunch of MIDI gear and was favored by I want to say like early adopters of production technology. And yeah, like that was like around the era where you had samplers, but they were basically like giant rack mount units, which took with your really futuristic floppy disks. Okay. So we got this cube. I mean, in the reactor we tilted it on an angle and put a keyboard in. I'm tempted to think that's what we should do here. Alright, well we could... There's a little void over here. I'm not sure if maybe we just shrink the size of the damage report console. Yeah, then like on this top one we'd have just like a little picture of the ship. And then underneath, hang on, turn off perspective layer. What is going on there? Okay, then maybe some gauges. Yeah, something like that. Maybe if we jam these 1 pixel to the right, yeah, okay. I don't know, yeah, like a big box seems like a bad fit for it. Like, I like the big box nature of this, because this is like an industrial console, but the bridge I think should have like gear which is more integrated. So maybe there should just be like a tower PC looking thing with a bunch of excuse me. Like we'll go like, I don't know, messy server room. Because you know how like in server rooms sometimes you have just, yeah, like this guy here. You just have like a monitor, a keyboard, and in this case, is that like a Compaq desktop machine that's sitting just manually in the rack? Oh, Kinnikos has sent a link for the Space Cadet keyboard. Ah, interesting. Okay. I don't think I've seen this before. I guess it's like just early mainframe type keyboard, because you've got all of the like the terminal input commands here mapped to the F keys. Oh, it's the Emacs keyboard. Okay. Oh, and it's even got like it's even got a function key for Greek lettering. Oh my god, like two Greek keys. That's like spoiled for choice. Though yeah, it must be. I see like there's Greek letters that are like etched on the side of the main keys here. Like, is this meant to be like a multilingual keyboard, or is that specifically for like formula input? I assume formula input because these commands here, or these symbols, all appear to be like mathematical set type symbols. Crushing Ceiling says we need to bring back Hyper and the super keys. Well, the super key lives on. Like that's, you're probably aware of like the Windows key. Under Linux at least, like that key sin is known as the super key. Hyper though, that's thinking with gas. Oh yeah, and Funky Mr. Chicken points out the the like and dislike keys. I guess yeah, like they haven't aged particularly well. I mean, I guess now that like all the social networks have removed the dislike function, they have to like, you know, you've made that key obsolete. You'd have nothing to use it with now. No, that's pretty cool. I mean, yeah, like the keyboard that I'm currently working on. Hang on. I kind of went ahead and like colored it. Like it's a WASD keyboard with red keys because I thought that it kind of looked like those early Bakelite type keyboards, but yeah, the downside is then you don't get like thumbs up and thumbs down, or you don't get a hyper key. I really want to know if there's actually a scan code called hyper now. I don't think there is. Funky says, I will press it in my heart. I know what I dislike. Yeah, it's... Even if they take the feature away from us, they can't stop us from hating on the inside. We'll just... Okay, so... Alright, new plan. Not liking the box, but I think we'll just have some kind of tray, I guess, which the keyboard is balanced on, and then some mess of wires and a tower PC underneath. Do we have another example of ad hoc server room PC. And lots of examples of cable gore, but not very many examples of yeah, okay, so like here's like an example of like a rack mount tray. Normally there'd be like a little screen perched in there, but that doesn't seem to be happening. I guess we could have like a rack. No. No, a rack's too formal. Okay, so if I were to just take this. Okay, then this now becomes a little tray. Also on a swivel arm, I suppose. Funky says, in the words of war criminal Justin Timberlake, can't stop the feeling. Wow, did they take Justin Timberlake to The Hague? What did he do? I would have thought that like by now the statute of limitations from like the early 2000s would be up, but maybe I guess for some certain crimes there isn't a statute of limitations. They can drag you to The Hague when they drag you to The Hague. So if we had a tower PC, that was roughly yay big. Yay wide. Probably should give it a real perspective line instead of just guessing. Take this, we go to there. And I suppose... Oh, Funky Mr. Stingler says, intent to destroy Janet Jackson's career, which used to hold a seat at the UN. Yeah, no one ever really talks about Janet Jackson's seat at the UN, which was, I guess, some might say, clandestinely taken away after the whole Super Bowl moral panic. But you know what? I reckon you got a case. I reckon under international law, that's got legs. Okay. about like just server room, tower, PC. Yeah, so in server rooms, like, you do find, like, crappy tower PCs. But they're almost always just mounted on a shelf. They're either, like, just lying on the floor or mounted on a shelf sideways. And I think that maybe we should probably follow that principle. Like, maybe we have, like, a server that's tipped on its side, and then on top of that we have, like, a switch or some other kind of networking gear with wires coming out of it. And then I guess we could Velcro it to the floor if we're given that, like, you know, it's prone to moving around. But yeah, like this whole kind of setup is definitely kind of meant to be not stock, like just, you know, patched together with like angle brackets and like cheap hardware. This section over here I imagine would be stock and therefore kind of like use the panels of the ship, but this workstation is not. It is all custom. So if we were to change the perspective on this so that it was like, oh yeah, okay, and then like oh crap, I'm drawing on the wrong layer again. Yeah, alright. Now this is looking better. So we'll have server 1, which is on the floor. We'll run another perspective line through that. Run another perspective line through this end of the server. And that will give us where this needs to join up. Okay, that's one. Turn the perspective layer off. It would be nice if it is recognizable as just a crappy desktop PC that's on its side. Like, usually they have like 3-ish drive bays. 3 is quite recognizable. Oh my god, I just realized this case, I'm pretty sure that's the same Lian Li, like I had a Lian Li case that was very similar to this on my old computer, which is downstairs in the room of shame. But yeah, it looks very much like the cheese grater Mac, and I was gonna make like a crack about it being like sharp enough to cut you, but honestly it wasn't that bad. It was quite, compared to like all the previous computers I had, which were basically just made out of bent sheet metal, like this was at least, it was at least kind of like crimped properly at the edges. Okay. Okay, and we have one of these, and then like a switch maybe just balanced precariously on top of it, and then like a whole bunch of Velcro holding it down. I like that combination. So I'll make a new layer. I'll call this the switch. Oh my god, I'm drawing on the wrong layer again. Oh no, it is the right layer. It's just not showing up in the right spot. Our Dr. Butler says, the Y in DIY kebab was yummy. The wait paid off by the sounds. So it's just the correct temperature. What is this? Wow, okay, that's looping for a very long time. A little dry, but yeah, plenty left over. That sounds pretty good. Yeah, I forgot to have dinner before the stream, so after this I will be probably eating some of the leftover curry I made the other day. Yeah, okay. So we've just got like a random server just sitting on the floor. We'll have some wires that are kind of like looped up and maybe some running into here. Maybe a couple of cables like running up the back here. Then I guess, which I can guess means that wall could be like fairly unadorned. Oh, Dr. Butler says, nice bar graph. Yeah, so this unit here is meant to be like the damage report computer, for lack of a better term. And initially, and I was like toying whether or not to integrate it into the wall or like make it like a single. Like, I don't want it to be the same as this. I want all the computers in the game to kind of look slightly different because they're sourced from different places. So, you know. Old industrial looks good for like the reactor room. This I imagine is just going to be like random server hardware that they've patched together to be some kind of like engineering workstation. And then over here I imagine is going to be it's going to be like a wiring panel / monitors that would be integrated with the ship. And I assume they'll have to be like a different looking visual to these, or you know, different coloring, etc. But yeah, it would be like, I guess, where was that picture of the ship? So I mean, like, this is, yeah, okay, so that's the Star Trek bridge. Where was the... Okay. The bridge is the main control center of the vessel, where the captain and the officers are managing to man the entire operations. It's generally located in a position with an unrestricted view and immediate access to the essential areas for ship. Yeah, so maybe like kind of closer to these panels here, where there'd be kind of like banks of lights. I'm not sure whether maybe there won't be a monitor here. Maybe there'll just be kind of like some other kind of display. Oh, Dr. Butler says, those consoles are new. I think that might be from the first TNG film. On the show, I don't think the side panels were there. Oh, you mean, because like I vaguely remember in the show that they had kind of stations at the back that looked like this. Because like there were a couple of episodes which were like based around like these science workstations. Yeah, it's a fisheye view of half the bridge. And I guess I can't remember if there were chairs here normally or if people just stand. Also, fun fact, at some point in the development of TNG, they started moving away from kind of like just these fixed printout. Oh, what do you call it? Because like all of these kind of like these designs are just kind of masks with LEDs behind them. But like these little monitors in here, they started to be powered by Macromedia Director. Like there is yeah, there's an interview with one of the set designers where they were talking about, oh yeah, eventually like the tech became good enough that we could just sort of animate yeah, LCARs with Director. So it'd be very cool if that kind of surfaced one day. I imagine, I mean, like we do have like the Star Trek technical manual, which is pretty damn close. It would not surprise me if that shared some DNA with the Director stuff that they were using in the show, but yeah. Let's say we had that, maybe like with a bunch of wires going like some kind of partially removed panel on the ship here, which exposes all the stuff. Oh yeah, like this little box here. .24, which is 12 would be the halfway point. Two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Actually, no, like, because 1, 2. 1, 2. Yeah, so there's going to be a reasonably unsophisticated looking knife switch here. In fact, if I were to halve that. Oh, no worries, Dr. Bokdodo. Have a good rest of your evening. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, so we have like a little breaker box with a big old-timey knife switch in it. And then next to here would be I mean, like, down here the intention is to have, like, a panel you can open. And then... yeah, then up here would be, like, lights or something. does that line up with? I mean, those are like cable looms. That's not quite what I'm after. Maybe. Yeah, because like in the reactor we have this ventilation grate, which makes sense because the unit is meant to be like a filtration unit. Maybe. We could split this up. How about if we like split this up into like panels, similar to, because I mean if we look at like the Star Trek reference, that has, yeah, it's got like these banks and, well, you know, individual panels down here. There's not like one big one. It's all kind of modular. So we could have, just split this up really. We got how many pixels? We got 98. So half of 98 would be 24. No. Half of 98 would be 54. No, what am I saying? Half of 98 would be 49. And then half again of that would be about 24. So if we call this layer nav panels. Come on. Yeah, and then I guess with that design, then we could just have them hinged so that they open up a little hinge. Then so yeah, like in this piece of reference material, they've just got like little displays scattered about the walls. Okay. During round-the-clock watch, the highest-ranking officer is in charge of the bridge. Steering equipment, navigation charts, comm systems, engine control, as well as miscellaneous features. In addition, some bridges have bridge wings that house equipment from the stern and bow thrusters. These wings extend beyond the main bridge room and provide a clear, unobstructed view of surrounding areas. Okay, ship's papers, permits, etc. are kept in a safe locked on the bridge. Oh, okay, maybe a safe. Entrances into the bridge are often heavily fortified and provided with bulletproof glass to thwart pirate attacks. I mean, that's ostensibly... I guess this would be some kind of security door to isolate the rest of the ship if necessary. But yeah, I think that what we would probably have to do is obviously, like, we would kind of make it so that all the surfaces around here would be screens or gauges or something like that. Because, you know, that makes most sense. And then if we go back to... And we've just got like little kind of spotlights. Oh god, no more AI slop. Nope, that is... Uh-oh. Do not want to be there. Just other things like that ship interior, please. Okay, so lots of corrugated surfaces. There we go. It's a fairly unobstructed view to the inside of the ship. Okay. Yeah, alright, so they've got keyboards, they've got various... I don't know, they've got pilot chairs, screens that are at a jaunty angle. What looks like a mixing desk. And then yeah, like, this I think is what we're after for the section over here, just kind of mini monitors and diagnostic lights, so and there's your alcove. We then have to move. Let's switch, I guess, up a bit.
Engine damage may occur.
Oh,
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the follow, Comio. It's it's good to have you here. What am I gonna do? So I was thinking like the interior of this ship has a lot of angled surfaces. We're not gonna do that everywhere because that's just the worst thing to manage perspective-wise, but a few here and there can't hurt. Like I was thinking like maybe in here if we have an angled surface. Get a little bit of that from here. I guess this, I mean, ooh, do I want to go down that road of saying, I mean, there's nothing stopping this wall from like, sorry, this surface recessing slightly back into the wall so that this could then be moved a little bit out of the way. Now I gotta eyeball perspective a little bit because we have a trapezoid. We do no longer have a flat surface that's along one of the planes, which means that our perspective thing doesn't really work anymore. We had like okay, and they've got like a sunken entrance to the bridge, which we are not going to do because that's way too much programming effort. Like, all surfaces are to be flat. I considered having like a hatch in the ground, then I realized that would add a whole bunch of animations, which I just need to add once. Let's keep it ground level for the time being. Okay, bunch of 2008. Wow, okay. Let's go back a bit. Yeah. Okay, we had three-ish monitors here. Because, yeah, they're underneath the vanishing point. I guess it would make sense that even if the wall is tilted, they'd still look squarish because they're not too out of perspective. I guess you could do like a separate vanishing point for this, and figure out the exact calculations, but that just takes so much time. Actually, maybe I'm being melodramatic. Where would the vanishing point end up? It would end up like way down here. Easy to just eyeball the screen. How do you use the 640k? Game is going along. It's going along okay. We've done the art for screen 1, or most of it. We've done most of the art for screen 2, and now we're just kind of like mapping out what we want screen 3 to look like. So we've got here our like our perspective vanishing point layer up here, and we're blocking out like construction geometry, maybe with like a little bit of detail, just to kind of figure out what we want. So bridge chairs are going to be up here. Some kind of like ramshackle diagnostic station is going to be here. Wiring panels are going to be here, and then like a sink and a coffee maker are going to be here. And then I think like this back door is going to lead you back to the cabin where you came from, and then this doorway down here will lead to the reactor area. So yeah, that's how that part's going along. Previous streams we spent like a bunch of time getting PC speaker nastiness to work, like rigging the IBM PC speaker to actually play back sampled audio in the, borrowed from the technique borrowed from Mean Streets, and we did get that working. So like if I run the engine, you can hear a little tune which is being played back over the PC speaker. But oh, and thank you very much for the follow, Yoey Nelly. Yeah, so we did manage to get that working, but the downside is that as soon as you try and run that like in Windows, then that breaks. Specifically, if you run it in Windows 95 or 98. It'll detect that you're trying to run the timer too quickly and kind of screw up. So, I don't know, for now I've basically rigged it so that it has to be in pure DOS mode before it'll try and do the PC speaker trick. Unfortunately, I guess that means I'll need to learn how to like do Sound Blaster sample playback properly which doesn't sound very fun. It sounds kind of rough actually, but yeah, that's most of it. Is there any other thing? So I start this up again. Like, we've got the intro sequence mostly sorted out. Oh yeah, we've got the in a previous session we did some background music, which is what we can hear now, which I was quite happy with. And that's playing back on the OPL3 chip. So just, yeah, some not too intrusive ambient-y kind of music while pottering around and fixing the ship. I still haven't got around to, like, figuring out the save and load system. That's gonna be a blocking problem. Like, mechanically I know how it will work. It's gonna use basically the same... what do we call it? Like, with this button here, quit to title, I have a trigger in the engine which allows it to just... So like if I go here and I go quit, that will immediately tell the scripting engine to just load all the scripts again and start from the beginning. And I imagine that loading is going to be very similar to that, except after it's loaded all the scripts, it will then load in just kind of a bunch of state from the save game file, like what room the player was in and like what do they have in their inventory and all that jazz. And then just kind of slap that on the end and then run whatever, you know, like there's a callback script that happens whenever you change rooms, so I guess that we'll just run that and get that loaded in again. Maybe synchronize the output of the music player, because that always kind of looks impressive when you're loading and saving games. But yeah, that's kind of where we are with the main game. But desperately need to get room 3 done, and then it would just be various pieces of animation that I need to fill in. Including a couple which I can't show on stream because spoilers. So that'll be on me. That'll be on me and my willpower to actually get done. So, ew. But honestly, like, given that we, like, sketched out this pretty much entire room today, it feels like we're getting quicker at making these. The first room, like, took ages just to map out, but this only took, what, 4 and a bit hours? Yeah, so I imagine like above these monitors we just have a bunch of banks of switches and the like. are they bunched up here? It's generally like groups of two are popular. Maybe okay. No. Like 2, then the dials. Then I guess like a bunch of push buttons. Here we go. Cockpit controls and panels. Okay, so like this is definitely more modern, but like this is, I guess, an LCD screen, which would once be like a whole bunch of individual gauges for the various components. Okay, this plane looks a bit old. So, because really I'm just after the switches. Yeah, they're kind of just bolted together on these, in these little modules which can be removed. So I guess that's what this will be then. It'll just be kind of like little panels. So, having said that, I mean, like, taking this back to kind of like the width of the human head, which is here. I'd say this is like maybe 2 of these panels is like the width of a human head. So I don't know, there might be kind of more detail that can be expressed in pixel graphics. Actually, I keep going back to the Fate of Atlantis submarine, which has, yeah, like, no, just give me the, give me this exact room. Okay, we'll have to like use our imagination here, but yeah, the controls are definitely kind of sized up a little bit so that you can make them out. So I don't know, that seems like it seems forgivable enough. We just like space these out so there's like individual modules. Have kind of ignore the fact that this looks like Yoi Bob. It's gonna, obviously we're gonna color it in and everything afterwards, but... Yo-Yo Bobo. We had like some of these molly-yarded switches. Nudge that over one. Okay, and then in the middle we have, I guess this wire, yeah, the switch. So glossy. Oh my god, what are you doing? Oh, it rotated them. How... That's kind of the opposite of what I wanted. Okay. What is this? Oh, it's very long. I'm gonna have to eyeball this curve a bit. Maybe this could get like a little bit of extra height because I'm guessing this panel would be banked. Just not sure how much. Like if we were to do this much. But then, okay, but then we would also have to copy this piece of geometry down a bit. This is a bit too far over. Yeah, there we go. guess this would be like the location of like legroom 1, and this would be legroom 2. I mean, actually, now that I think about it, like the chairs are placed far enough back that maybe they don't need legroom per se. Where was that, yeah, okay, so like this... I don't know, maybe that's alright. Because like the midpoint is about here. Officially. So we've got like 31, which then makes the midpoint about 16. Rather. Because of perspective, it's about here. But I mean, visually... I mean, we've got the base of the two chairs, right? It should just look like it lines up with the base of the two chairs. That'd be the simplest way of doing it. Which I guess means you could... show a little cutaway here. Because I mean, like, the intention is that this would be like silhouetted out because of the cutaway. And then you could have except it would have to be a lot deeper now, wouldn't it? Because of the perspective lines. Yeah. So there you go. That's in line with this chair. This is in line with that chair. And then in the middle you'd have some kind of center console. Okay, but now that's now a little bit too wide. Ah, perspective. God damn you. So like we move this to where it feels like it should be in relation to these floor plates. It should be about here, I guess. Then of course that like messes up the floor wells, or at least nudges them over a bit. So, we're gonna get rid of this. Maybe end that here. Just to okay, that's C1. Alright, so... this footwell should go about here. That fits in with the troll, that fits in with this chair, that fits in with all this. Alright, well... this one incredibly loud. Skip over. Well, I'd say that might actually be enough for tonight. I'm flagging a little bit. I definitely want to kind of like get some food before heading off to bed, but this is pretty good as far as a blueprint for coloring in goes. Like, I'm happy with how the perspective lines turned out, how the framing of the cockpit versus like the rest of the bridge area seems to have kind of come out. I will need to have like a little bit of a think about the color scheme. Like, I imagine it's going to be kind of, you know, similar sort of dark grey paneling and such in here. And the floor, I imagine... yeah, we're going to have to do like some kind of like perspective warp thing like we've done with the mesh. I'm not sure it will be the same texture though. Probably a different texture for the floor. And then in here, maybe we can just have like linoleum kitchenette style. I don't know. Something that's kind of like this will be kind of dark, leading out to the viewport, which will be, you know, this texture here. And then in here, I guess we'll have like more, yeah, more break room type colors. I don't know. But I guess that'll have to wait for next time, because we are done. We are done for the evening. Who is on? Who is on this website, twitch.tv? Okay, we have... okay, Mac is streaming. Let's... playing, I think, Age of Empires. So, it's been a while since we've raided them, so... why the hell not? Okay, well, yeah, thanks again for tuning in, keeping me honest, doing a little bit of co-working, but yeah, next stream will be Thursday. We'll be doing director stuff, as usual. I've not thought about what game we're going to be looking at.
Looks a little like Rio Grande.
Darn, this reunion.
There's a... I guess I do have a big backlog, so it shouldn't be too hard to pick one, but... yeah, thanks for joining. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. I will see you soon. Bye.